Hello, what's going on? How do I plan out what's next? I don't. Where would I stop planning and do it? Immediately. Immediately. I always used to get frustrated with friends who wanted to talk about technical things forever. I was always just, look, sit down and do it. And when you realize that asking me this question is even a way for you to procrastinate and not do real work, then you'll understand what the right bearing is to get things done. Please don't do politics. You need this VOD to stay around. Why? There's nothing in it yet. What are my teachers or influences? I played video games. How do you develop your ideas and points of view? You just have ideas. And you think about them. And you work on them. Okay. The following program crashes the compiler. Weird. Okay. We had an old thing called crash. Run to set a constant variable using a struct parameter. Crashes the compiler. So these are our two new crash reports that we have, which is not a lot. Yeah, I am definitely not a screw around and waste time kind of person. And I honestly don't. Uh-oh, I just unplugged my chat monitor by moving it. But what I was saying, assuming the microphone is still on, is that I honestly don't have even much sympathy for that, simply because it's all you see on the internet is people procrastinating and not doing real work. It's all you see at internet companies is people procrastinating and not doing real work. Like, it's just very cheap. That attitude is very cheap, and it's what everyone is doing. And so why are you wasting your time? Oh man, this tea is so good. We drink tea every day, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay. So let's run this. And verify that it crashes. It could be something that I fixed. Undeclared identifier point. Well, it doesn't seem to crash. However, I don't know why it says undeclared identifier point. Actually, all right, so we do this. All right, that's fine. Error message is a little too wordy, but whatever. Well, it doesn't crash for me. Let's try a release build. Nope. Oh, maybe. Is that crashing? Maybe the debug build is even crashing and I'm not noticing. Let's see. Nope. Let's try release compiler. Nope. Well, I think we fixed that. Let's try the other one. That does crash. You don't think I should judge people for procrastination? Honestly, the way you see it, that's where the society leads people to. You're not saying this is not worth trying to change it. Well, I mean, look. I agree that that's what society leads people to, but it has almost never in the history of humanity been the right thing to do the average thing that people in your society does, right? I mean, unless you want to be a relatively boring person, right? Almost always you don't want to do that. And so it kind of is up to you. And like with regard to judging people, I mean, it's not judging people in terms of like their worth as a human being or something, but it's like the way you get people to play games and win is by keeping score. All right. So what I mean by that is that I'm keeping score along a certain axis. I modified the release options, I know, and I ran release build. That was intentional. Free will is an illusion. Not being interested in something is not the same thing as not being in the mental state where one is able to be productive. But neither of those has anything to do with free will. What are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. I argue about effects, not seeing the whole picture, why people tend to screw around instead of doing... No, I know why people tend to screw around instead of doing productive stuff. That doesn't matter. The only way that you're going to get people to do productive stuff is by... well, maybe not the only way, but you're not going to do it by saying, oh, it's okay to be a slob sitting on the couch eating Cheetos, watching TV for your whole life. I won't judge. Then people will go, okay, I'm just going to do that. right? Like, whatever, this is a fucking millennial thing where millennials decided that all judgment is bad and you're a bad person if you do it. No, we need judgment. Judgment is the reason why human beings exist in the first place. Otherwise, we would be just like slime replicating in the ocean. Thought I was trying to run the crash and debug. I did run it in debug and it didn't crash. And then I ran it in release and it also didn't crash. Being motivated by other people's judgment seems wrong. Well, it kind of is wrong, but it's also how human beings work. The social component of the human brain is quite strong. Now, that said, the people who really stand apart historically and also in contemporary society tend not to care that much about what society broadly thinks of them. But I think that often what happens is people narrow down their scope of who are the people that they care what those people think. But yeah, ultimately, one should strive to get to a point where one doesn't care what anyone thinks and one is doing what one thinks is the best of one's own volition. But how do you get there? How do you refine your understanding to the point where it's reliable enough and trustworthy enough that it's a good idea to not care what anyone else thinks? How do you do that? Well, you do it by observing the world around you and learning. And a large part of that is learning from other people. And part of that is understanding what those people think. So it all makes sense. You can't believe Chad is even arguing this. I mean, people will take whatever excuses they can to be slobs sitting on the couch eating Cheetos. Like, if you go to Hacker News on any given day, there's always a thread about why people are good programmers, even if they don't understand data structures, and even if they could change 2 lines of code in a week. Like, that's just what people do. It's just what people do. Like, that was literally a post on Hacker News a couple days ago, I think, was like, you know, it took you a week to change 2 lines of code. Why? And it was a blog post explaining all the reasons why. And like, yes, you can always say that. You can always say what all the reasons are why. But then why were those, right? Why didn't you fix those? Etc. Only by holding yourself accountable for your own performance can you actually get good. Imagine reading Hacker News. Yeah, I only go there once in a while anymore. It's just too crazy. How quickly can you judge the depth potential of an idea? It's hard. I mean, for me, I just have an instinct, but I don't even practice that skill that much because I only work on new game ideas every several years. I can send them that Valve programmers do 4K lines of code a day. I don't think that that is an accurate number. I don't think that I would hire anyone who wrote 4,000 lines of code a day. That sounds very irresponsible to me. Let's see why we're crashing. Do I think someone who has played a lot of WoW has wasted their life? Depends on what you mean by a lot, but probably, yeah. But they can always fix that and stop wasting their life. That's the flip side of that coin. what's going on? Why? Oh, I'm still on release. That's maybe what you meant when you said I changed release. I don't know. Come on, do the thing that I want. Ident resolved scope entry was null. But I bet its type is not null. It isn't. Point, line 61. Okay, this is a struct dereference. We inferred the type, but we didn't. So we yielded. There's some time when we can yield where we will have set the thinger. So we have to check that. All right. So we're just cranking along. I don't think we've set the type yet. Nope, it's null. It's polymorphic. Maybe I should set the substitution there. I don't feel like that's going to do a good thing, but let's just see. Okay, well, that fixes that crash. Let's see if that doesn't screw some. Chances of this screwing something up are not low. But maybe it'll work. Run the game. You know, everybody, we might be done with the compiler bug portion of the evening. This is like literally all that I had. Wait. Okay, so I have told the person reporting these that they are no longer bugs. We're going to do a release mode check just to see. Oh, and I forgot some of that stuff we were doing about insertion needs to get made into a test. Let's do that now. First, we'll run their tests in release mode. Compile the game. This is all great. Okay, so I'm going to kill that, kill that. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go add this to some tests. Insert. Okay, so we're going to rebuild this just in case. Again, we're going to make sure that that is in there. Insert. There it went. It passed. Great. Being productive is a lot more fun, fulfilling, and enjoyable. But you don't have enough energy for that. Your brain just does not cooperate. I mean, maybe it's kind of something you get a taste for the more you do it. All right. These bugs are no longer employed by me. Uh-oh. That we fixed. I just forgot to remove the no check-in. Well, everybody, maybe we're going to do video game stuff because we ran out of compiler stuff to do for now. Is there a way the compiler can reliably detect you're trying to write to read-only memory? If so, could you report that as an error? Okay, well, we are probably... Do you mean at compile time? The answer is probably no. There are very limited cases you could detect at compile time. Like the string thing that you were talking about before. In cases where it was very obvious and clear that that was happening, you could detect that. But in the general case, no. And at runtime, writing to read-only memory is a very obvious error and crashes you at the point of the write. So there's no point trying to catch it at runtime. What do you use for bug tracking? Fog bugs or whatever it's called these days. Do I generally work on my Untitled game off stream or just compiler Sokoban these days? I do lots of stuff off stream that you guys have no idea about. Although a little bit more will be revealed sometime soon. Let's say that. a major activity in my life will be revealed sometime soon. They're all out back. Okay, this is all great. It's working. It's working. Made you think a lot about your time ranking up in Counter-Strike. There's something satisfying about outskilling your opponent. I know, man, your opponent. I had about 3,000 hours of Counter-Strike at least between OG Counter-Strike and CS Source. What's terrible is I'm pretty bad at Counter-Strike now because it's been so long. Is the 30 FPS limit set by me? What's happening is the game is V-syncing, and right now, because I'm using this capture card that is limiting me to 30 FPS, the frame rate is limited to 30 FPS. So I would have to turn off V-sync to go faster. I did manage to mail order the better capture card, the 4K 60, and hopefully it'll get here within a few days. I don't know. Have you ever tried surfing? No. No. Okay, so what I want to do today is work on shadow mapping. And I'm actually a little tired and not in the mood for thinking that hard, but that's okay. This is just something that needs to have been done for a long time. So basically, in levels like this, let me find it. So we cast shadows on the level, and this happens by taking the bounds of the level, shining the sun on it, etc. The thing is, so this texture in the lower left corner is the shadow map texture, and what you see there is sort of, you see the level geometry under it, and then you see, what would I say? There's like some shadow casting only geometry that is up here. Oh, I guess it's actually being drawn opaque. And that's just the hole in the ceiling through which this light is coming, right? And that's that big round thing down there, right? And so the way that you render is you sort of just put a camera where the light source is going to be, except it's a parallel camera instead of a perspective camera. And you say, okay, the sun's out here, render this texture, and that gives you the shadow map, okay? But to do that, you need to know the extent of this texture. And right now, it's just sort of a hack. And because it's a hack, there are a number of levels that do not have shadows correctly. So for example, I forget which ones, but I think wrapping levels, for example. Or sometimes, like here, actually here it's pretty good. Interesting. I wonder if somebody did stuff. Maybe I don't have to do this. No, okay, so if I go to the overworld, see the shadow map down there in the lower left corner? It is covering a larger portion of the overworld than we need by a fair amount, although not that much more. But notice how as I move the camera, it is not affecting it. And so here we get to the edge of the shadow land, and the result is these messed up shadows that are totally bad, right? And I think, like, are we even, okay, so we are centering this around the player. So maybe somebody actually did some work there that I didn't know about. But there are still problems with this. Like if you're editing the level, you want to know how things look. Although maybe I'm not that worried about it, guys. Maybe I should just play video games tonight, because this is better than it was. I know I have written down here somewhere one of the levels that was behaving really badly. So let me see if I can find that, and then we can see if that level still behaves badly or if somebody fixed something. What's going on with the FPS? What's going on is on this level, there's just a ton of entities, and we don't really do view culling. So if I select all, there's 1,800 entities on this level, and our renderer right now is really slow in terms of the overhead for a particular entity, and we haven't optimized it yet because we want to look at exactly what our back end is going to look like once we switch off OpenGL, and then make engineering decisions that make sense for that. And so what happens is basically right now we have a very large overhead per entity, which is silly because most of these entities are static background, right? Almost all of them are static background, but we're still paying a lot to render them. And in fact, almost all of them are not visible, right? Almost all of them should be visibility culled. So that's another thing we could work on sometime. All right, I'm going to look for this piece of paper. Back in a second. Well, I'm finding many of my to-do lists, so we might just do to-do list fun today. We'll see. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have general notebook attack and like try to consolidate all my to-do lists and see what I need to do and cut pages out of notebooks that are no longer relevant. Like, hey, remember when I did this talk about how graphics works? I'm gonna get rid of all those notebook pages now, because then I don't have to keep track of so many potential pages that might matter. Oh my God, we used a lot of pages. Just cut right into that. I should sell these pages on eBay. Like, I bet I could get at least 50 cents. Wow, I used a lot of this notebook. All right, got those pages out. Look, this is how many pages we used in that presentation. It's like a lot. All right, that's gone. Gonzo. Okay. Here's some witness puzzle designs in this notebook. It's a pretty old notebook. Actually, this is from when I was designing the speedrun clock. Spoilers for the witness. That page was from game 3. Here's some random math. Phone call notes that I had. Okay, that's all still relevant. Great. Okay. This was my conference schedule. And then movies that I might see. And 2 of those movies I still haven't seen. So we're just going to put that over there. This is wire info for somebody that I needed to send money to. That has been sent. That was for a game I was investing in. These are notes for when I was playing Manifold Garden about things to look after to try to solve puzzles, and it turned out most of them were mistakes in the game. A little bit of compiler notes that are no longer relevant. No, game 3 isn't the Sokoban game. Sokoban game is different. This is a shopping list. Okay, here's some Sokoban notes of things to do. And I think many of them are done. First, I'm just going to sort out the independent lists of what do we want to keep and what not, and then I can go look and see if they're relevant. Okay, this is Sokoban game. This is compiler. This is Sokoban game. This is something else. This is my list of troll stream title terms to use. But of course, that's old. It's out of date now. This is more Sokoban game. This is more Sokoban game. More Sokoban game. Well, there might be a little bit of compiler stuff on there. That's more movies to watch or whatever. This is random irrelevant notes from a long time ago. More Sokoban stuff. More compiler stuff. Other random notes. More compiler stuff. More compiler stuff. Random notes of things to think about for future speeches. Compiler. 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 Sokoban. Future speeches. Sokoban game. Sokoban game. Recommendations of someone for a lens to use for this stream that I still haven't followed up on. Sokoban stuff mostly. All right. So I still don't think I found the thing I was looking for about the shadow map notes, but I have this much Sokoban stuff, a lot of which, oh no, this is compiler stuff. I have this much Sokoban stuff. And so I want to cut these down to a more minimal thing. Oh, wait, this is a mostly compiler stuff as well. So next, I'm just going to start crossing out things that are done, because that happens sometimes, right? To-do lists are just a way of helping to organize what I need to think about, and often I just go off and do work not referencing the to-do lists, and then I come back to them later, and a lot of things are done. Although I'm looking in this notebook and I am finding things in here as well. Many of which are old, but you know what? These pages should come out. So all of these are some combination of, actually, I think this notebook is full. So like every page in this notebook has to get reconciled. I think everything from here back is Sokoban or compiler. Let me just do this. Oh my God. This first page is from a speed reading game that I did a long time ago. And I actually did implement this. These are all ideas for the speed reading game. This is a game I forgot about. Oh, this was how to put lockpicking into the speed reading game. Okay. Okay. These are some notes from games I was playing. Compiler notes that already happened. All right. These are gone. Okay, this is compiler. This is compiler. 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 Random. Sokoban game. 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 Compiler. Although it's pretty clear this page is no longer relevant. This is just all scribbled out. I decided to stay over there and just tear out some irrelevant pages. This one, also irrelevant. This one is a list of transactions that were problematic for the old system that we would use for testing, and now they are all handled by the new system. Rip and tear until it is done. This is Sokoban. This is Sokoban. Sokoban. This was my commentary on a game, on a student game that I was asked to critique. I'm going to cross all that out, but then there's some Sokoban puzzle level ideas. Okay. This is something very old. All right, I think that's it for these notebooks. So we have even more pages than we thought. Well, let's go, since the Sokoban game is running, we'll go through that. What is that texture on the screen for? What texture? Why do people ask totally random ass questions and expect me to understand? Oh, wait, I forgot to go through this notebook. Wait, two more notebooks. Hold on. Sokoban. Random. Sokoban. Random. Okay. That notebook didn't have that much stuff in it. Why don't the birds cast shadows? Because they're not flagged that way for some reason. Okay, and then this is just how-tos for the compiler. Okay, that notebook is basically clean. So we are good. I only have this giant pile of paper to deal with for the Sokoban game. But we're just going to hope that a lot of it is done. So for example, this entire page is just some notes about things that were wrong a long time ago. They're no longer wrong. We're going to throw that on the ground. I threw it to the ground. You can't buy me, hot dog man. All right. Rover design, pass, color coding. Ask Sean about rovers pushing stuff. We still need to do that. I'm going to write that in a new to-do list. Rovers pushing stuff. Okay. One thing that we're going to end up seeing a lot on these notes is level ideas, because like I've said before, it's easy to have a trillion level ideas for this game. That one's done, so how's it going, everybody? Let me turn a light on. Boy, if I had put in the Twitch stream title going through a lot of paper to-do notes lists, people would have flocked to the stream. Okay. Ocean frame lag. Ocean grid style particles. Okay. Another level idea. That piece of paper is donezo. Okay, this one. Most of these are fixed, I think, but there's a level idea. That'll be a fun one. Maybe we'll make a level today, just to do it. So then the only other thing left on this piece of paper is don't rotate stones until they actually teleport. But I'm not sure if that's actually still a problem, so let's see. All right, so like, if I load this and I'm gonna, let's turn off the shadow map. I'm gonna put a mirror and I'm gonna put a stone which has an obvious direction to it. I think this is actually gonna work fine, right? So I'm gonna slow down time, teleport. Yeah, see, it used to be that as soon as it started teleporting, you would see it rotate, but it doesn't anymore. So that is not a problem. Okay. Flags feature before release. That was a compiler thing that I don't remember what that meant. I have some notes about StoneStopper 3, which I have extra monster, question mark, and timing. Why don't we catch the stone skipping into the square? I kind of don't like this because it looks to me like we actually don't need. Oh my God, dude. kind of don't like that. Except maybe I just don't remember the neighboring things. Okay, I'm going to write Stone Stopper 3 is ruined. Get it back. Because I know what was supposed to be good about that level. Maybe we'll work on that tonight. Okay. So if we're doing a teleport transaction and we're swapping with something that's moving, we could transact early. Although I think we actually do the support case. Skipping stones entering the same square both bounce off. Yes. That might be a fun thing to do tonight. That's one of the last things that, after we redid the transaction system, never totally got better. Never got utilized. The new transaction system didn't get utilized to do that, even though that was one of the things that we were supposedly gearing up to do. Evaluate stairs improvement. Okay. Most of the things on this page are done. Just writing down one that isn't, which is just about some durations being hard-coded. Lily feel, going on to a lily pending, including falling objects. These are all things that we were trying to do with the new transaction system. Barred motion. That's the other big thing we have to do. Barred motion needs a huge rewrite, and that has been true for a long time. Okay, we did fix that missing stone on skipping stones. We did rotate things. That's an obvious level idea that we will have done. Okay, that's all done. Are there any questions that people would like to address to me to catch my eye while I'm doing this relatively clerical task? This is notes for a VR game that I wanted to do on one side. And the other side is other things. Okay, these things were fixed. Will the characters have voice lines? Probably at some point, yeah. The game is kind of about the characters in a certain way. We want to be able to make the ground floor of levels not be at z equals 0, which we don't have the ability. We fixed that. What would I say is my specific field of expertise? I don't know. Why is it so hard and slow to draw pixels to the screen? Because we've added more and more barriers between you and the pixels over time. All right, let me put a bunch of these pages away. Where away means in the recycle bin. Glad to be rid of those, but I've still got a fair chunk for the game that I've got to go through here. And I've got about 3 pages here. We're not going to get it down to 1 page, but we're just trying to minimize the number of pages. All right. Level ideas. Kind of don't even know what that meant. I guess I do. Oh. Yes, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yesterday evening, watched the talk. Really good stuff. Touching too many topics can surface level. Will we see any in-depth topics on these individual topics? I don't know, man. Or whatever gender you may be. I mean, to get more in-depth usefully, you kind of actually need to start working in the area. Right? How detailed do my notes get? I don't usually take that much in the way of notes. How much of the syntax of a language you have to know before you can start to think about it conceptually? The answer is none, really. With this programming language, the philosophy is still the syntax may change at any time. I don't care about syntax. It's not that important. What's important is what you can do with it, like at a deep level. All right. The time when I almost said medium is the message related to the medium video games was a high point. I intentionally stay away from that phrase because honestly, people like refer back to McLuhan's stuff when I talk about this kind of thing. Especially, there's one video on YouTube titled "The Medium is the Message." That was not my title. I did not choose that title. Because I feel like what McLuhan was saying was pretty different from what I'm trying to say. And when people latch onto that and say, oh, medium is the message, I understand what you're saying. It's like, actually, they don't. Like, a really good way to not understand what someone is saying is to think you already know what they're saying. Like, when I read McLuhan, it's like, I think he had a pretty different idea about this stuff than me. You don't understand how syntax changes work. Isn't it hard to update the whole code base for Sokoban? No, we would just automatically transcribe it with maybe some manual fix-up in some cases. Syntax is a bit important. Yeah, so what? I don't care. Rebuffer wizard moves if falling and no teleport. Yeah. Okay, all the rest of that is not relevant. change ocean sample on physical move of flow updater may have already happened. I don't know if that has happened. Okay. So here's a page with some to-do items that I think are all not done and that need to be done. I'm just going to leave that as a fully intact page. We're going to have a set of pages that survive this process. We're not trying to get to inbox 0 on pages. We're just trying to massively cut down. All right. This one is also going to survive, but crossing off a few things here. You know what we could do tonight? The frickin' texture compression thing. That is the perfect thing to do tonight because it's been driving me nuts forever. My notebook was on the arrow keys. Okay, we're getting down there. There's only 5 more Sokoban pages to look through. Underwater plane makes everything feel... Oh, this was notes for a call that we did. Yeah, that's all fine. There's a list of levels that were needed auditing that have been audited. Monster Gate doesn't open on teleport to infinity, but that might be fixed, question mark. Okay. No, it's like, look, I could use files for a to-do list if I wanted to. I don't want to. Why would I use files for a to-do list? It doesn't feel good to cross things off in a file. In fact, it feels like garbage. So if you're not motivated to get work done, maybe it's because you're not giving yourself the satisfaction, the satisfying hit of crossing things off. This is something I maybe needed to file taxes, and I wrote a to-do list on the back. Oops. Oops. Okay, that's been done. That's a compiler notes. These are all compiler notes, bro, not Sokoban notes. Okay, last page of the Sokoban notes. Okay, that's definitely need those. These are all relevant. I think we did do Diagonal Lily, didn't we? Didn't we make Diagonal Lily work? We did. I remember doing that. Okay. So in terms of Sokoban notes, we are down to a mere 6 pages, but that doesn't include the long-term to-dos that are like, in the file. These are just my personal things for short-term. And there's a little bit of redundancy. Some of the pages are small, but we have made massive headway. That's what she said. All right, so let me warm up some tea, and then I'm going to do the same thing for the compiler, which shouldn't take as long because it's fewer pages. And probably a lot more compiler stuff is done. In fact, this whole depend problems thing, this was me making a list for the talk that I had with Sean a while back, or was it the Casey talk? Is it realistic to say that to-do list must be empty before to release a game? No, it is not. It is realistic to say that everything remaining on the to-do list should be below a certain size of importance. But yeah, if you actually exercise proper judgment about your game and how good things are in it, your to-do list will never, ever reach a size of 0. And so if you make that a condition of shipping, you will never ship. You release when Epic rings you up and tells you your game is coming out in 5 days. Well, I would not sign that business deal. I have the cred not to sign that business deal. Everybody does. It's very easy. You just don't sign the business deal. I hate hearing the dumb excuses for why, not exactly dumb, but like the excuses for why people make bad decisions that give away their future and take away their opportunity. It's like, look, just don't do that. Gosh, Facebook didn't have any cred in the beginning, so obviously he should have signed something that gave people 95% ownership of Facebook. Like, no. That's why Facebook is Facebook, because he didn't do that. So don't do that. It's easy. Don't do it. It really is not hard. Well, there's no more incomplete in there. I had a note about that. Math bounds check on shift, I guess. Okay. Turning on the heater. Okay, so I'm looking through compiler notes, and a lot of these are definitely old. Yep, that one's for sure gone. Work around uninferred substructs. I'm just going to put that in the to-do, the short-term to-do. That works now. All right. Did that. I think we got rid of this flag, has been unqueued. Whoops. Nope, we haven't. I feel like we should be able to. We did get rid of get scope status, right? Yeah, that's just in comments. Maybe I should trim those comments to not say. This is actually true. Okay. Actually, yep, this is totally done. That comment is no longer a thing. Okay. See, people ask if I ever go back and look at these, and yes, I do. That one's gone. Did that one. Did those. So I'm just going to copy. All that's left on this particular page is like a few thingers, so I'm just going to transcribe them onto a new page and get rid of this one. Definitely things we could do. So many good things we could work on tonight. Okay, Dunzo. Okay. Okay, this one still. Don't queue literals for enums. Or really, ever. I don't think we do, actually. Remove queuing from has been added to scope. We did that. Okay, great. Any more questions while I'm sitting here muttering to myself? How do I make QA for the compiler? By testing the compiler on our tests that you see us run on all the time. That might be worth doing a little optimization for the compiler. Well, I'm going to start writing down the ideas for what else to do. Okay, one is OS variables change. Two is to-do list. I kind of feel like doing more compiler stuff. I kind of don't. I know I put game shadow mapping, but like I want to do some compiler stuff. Just because we've been cranking on compiler stuff, and it's about time to ship a new beta, and that's always fun. Static if optimization. Maybe I won't want to do compiler stuff by the time I'm done writing this stuff down. Who knows, right? My desires are fickle sometimes. What about shadow mapping needs to be done? Well, I thought the shadow mapping situation was worse than it is. We just need to compute the correct frustum in all cases, but it looks like somebody actually improved it from what I thought it was, and so it's less important to do. And so now I'm like, well, maybe I just don't want to do that right now. These things don't matter for now. Pour the tea. Okay. Those are fixed. Fixed. Yep. Yep, sir. We did that one. That's gone. That's gonzo. That's gone, right? Yeah, we totally removed that. Okay. Now I'm just copying a few things off this little page here. Dunzo. Roll back unqueue. Isn't that gone? Yep. See, we get to some of these things. We fix things over time. Did that one. Did that one. I called someone a simp. Okay. We're going to leave that. Maybe I can release an unsupported beta. If you want an unsupported beta of some software, download literally any open source software on the internet. There's no shortage of that. Insert in data scope we did. Macro in data scope we did. If instruct we did. If in data scope we did. All right. That is not a thing anymore. Great. So this page just has a couple. Look how satisfying that is. People ask why I don't use org mode. Implicit casts with bakes. Empty. Macro. Optimization. If inside enum works, which it may already. That's still there, right? Yeah. Not really like that, but not enough to obsess about it right now. Procedure order. Yeah, that's a thing to think about. All right, I think that's it for the compiler right now. We have hammers, slammers, our compiler to-do lists. We do still have a number of pages. A lot of them are mini pages, mini-me pages that, like after I cross off just a few more on each of these pages, they'll be good to be combined. So we're going to put that over here. It's quite a relief to have done these things. And I think that concludes the to-do list scribbling out section. I mean, so really, like, look, why don't I give out a beta of the programming language? A, because I don't want any of my effort to be sidelined by anything like that, because I'm already, my time is the limiting factor on the programming language getting done already. So why would I make it even more of a limiting factor? B, I'm not doing this for anyone's entertainment. I am trying to make the best thing possible. C, I am not doing this the way that everybody usually does things. Everybody usually poops software out on the internet very quickly so that people will hopefully use their thing and or they can get internet famous for being involved in something. And I don't care about those things. I care about the quality of what I am making. And so I am not going to follow that way of doing things. Okay, well, I actually kind of want to do, I said I was in the mood to do compiler stuff. I still am. We'll see if that changes. It could change at the drop of a hat, but I actually want to finish these things because these were things that I was working on yesterday and this morning. And many of you may have seen this stream where we were doing this insert statement and making it more general and more versatile. And I want to factor it together to be a little more simple. So that's one tag, duplicate scope entry add, and there was another one, duplicate push and flatten. And so I basically want to modify this thing so that it's got fewer twisty maze of if statement conditions, right? And is doing the same thing in more cases more often. And I had tried that this morning and I got sidelined by there being a bug that I then went and fixed. I think duplicate scope entry add is the thing that I want. I kind of feel like this is not even necessary. Let's see. Let's see if that's necessary. Let's run in debug mode so we can see assertions. Let's turn on our lamp. I'd like to ask if this thought process also leads to it not being a good way of doing things when someone starts a project and makes it public early with the intention of using the small community that might be attracted to make it better through feedback and cooperation. I mean, that is the idea behind open source. Now look at most open source projects and tell me how well that strategy works. If you think it works just fine, then maybe you have different quality standards than I do. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's... We've got another Emacs junk file. I don't know what is creating these. I mean, I know it's Emacs, but I don't know under what conditions it does. All right. So this is all good. So we did not need that little bit, and that's good because that was making this different from the other thing. So here we're sort of saying, look, is it in a data scope and does it have a generated load, right? Or is it at statement level and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now, okay, this thing here about checking for inserter scope, I think we don't need to do that inside the statement check. Right? It's in B live, right? Add. So we set the inserter scope and then we add inserter. So that's the only case in which we set the inserter scope. So we can just do this. Now, why do I not set the substitution if it's a statement? Wait, this is weird. This whole thing, okay, if it's not a statement, we do all this. So this thing here is outmoded, right? If it's not a statement, we either return or we set generated load to null, right? Let's just assert this. And then this just doesn't happen because it's handled above. See, sometimes you do like 17 of these little tweaks in a row, and it makes the code make more and more sense microscopically each time. Because it took us a while to get to, whoops, I did Sokoban twice. It took us a while to get to where we got. Alrighty, so this looks like it's a successful thing. See, I'm even explaining things in a comment. Okay, where are we in source code size, by the way? Oh, we're up a little bit again. We were at 51010 the other day, and then I added some today. Sorry, but we'll see if we can remove some code. Like this isn't really worth making a variable. This is dealt with being an expression context in Datascope. And we don't really need an else here. All right, and we're gonna do that. This fall through can just say this, right? I'm just going to do that. And that's kind of suggestive because this thing that we want to combine with this other thing, maybe they can go down where we push and flatten the expansion. And this add to scope, oh my God, all this stuff. This is all the stuff that we want to put together now. All right, all right, all right, all right. Wait. But that is the same as that. Oh my God, okay. Let's do that too. There's so many things we can combine. This is like playing a Zachtronics level right now, honestly. All right. Okay. Till I could not see. Okay. Oh, I forgot to talk about that crash we fixed at the beginning of the stream. Okay, great. Great. Look at all the things in the new beta. Well, this one's a big one paragraph, but it's a good beta. No software engineer spends his whole day coding? That's not true. The highly productive ones do. Okay. So I changed a little bit. I should have checked in after that last micro change. I mostly just put in some comments, but I don't even know what that comment is supposed to mean. So that's handling code or a string. This is where we deal with expression context. And then this is the same, and we don't, this can't change, right? So these two go together. This is all talking about, are we in statement level? Let's just try it. We're going to be paranoid, and we're going to check in these cleanups, because it's very easy to break something and then have to spend a while debugging, but these micro cleanups are very valuable because they get us closer to the goal. All right, so I feel like this function is pretty solid from the beginning down all the way to here, down to here. This is all fine. It's just there's some redundancy between 6730 and 6839. So there's 100 lines that has some redundancy in it. You would say programming is mostly about other things than writing code. To be honest, that is what all the Hacker News people say who are not that productive and who don't believe in 10x programmers and whatever. Like, most of the programming that I do doesn't require that much thinking because most things are not that hard. They just require you to do them. The things that are hard, that require thinking, well, I usually don't have enough data to think correctly about it until I try some things and see what happens. What happens if I structure it this way? What problems do I have? And so forth. And so you program, you sit your butt in the chair and get those things done, right? So, you know, I go on Hacker News, I see a lot of web programmers saying things like this. Like, I'm just remembering some article where it was like, oh, I only really spent 40 minutes in 2 days programming, and the rest was me gardening and thinking about what I was going to do, and that makes me so much more productive. And I was just like, no, this guy's bullshitting himself. He just likes not programming and being in his garden. That's fine. That's cool, but that is not the same as being a maximally productive programmer. And so, you know, there's this weird philosophy that you have to write the code right the first time or you failed as an engineer. Yeah, I don't think that that is good. I don't think that that is good. I guess I failed as an engineer, people, because I don't write things correctly the first time often. Sometimes I do. Some small cleanups. What was this about? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Am I using the compiler and my test suite to verify that I didn't break anything? You could watch what I do on the stream and see if I do that, rather than ask me if I did what I just did. I mean, it's just a suggestion. I mean, I realize people are paying attention to the chat and stuff, which is fine. That's a totally valid way to do the stream. But if you're mostly paying attention to the chat or working on your own project with this in the background, it doesn't make sense to ask me if I do certain things, because why am I spending time answering that question right now and not making the compiler better? You meant that as in exclusively use that. Am I exclusively using the compiler and test suite to verify that it didn't break, as opposed to what? What's the alternative? Or if you later have additional steps you take to verify. Well, I mean, we have test cases that use this feature. So if there is a problem that we expect, then it would be in the test case. If it's not, we're going to have to discover it. Yeah, the game, I'm counting the game as a very large test in this example, right? This game is 143,000 lines of code, so that's non-trivial as well. Okay. So, like I was saying, that part's fine. This stuff down here is starting to be not as fine. I'm going to get rid of this line break. Okay. So we have this add to scope if it's a scope entry, which can only happen if we're statement, but that's actually redundant. We could move this out. Right? So we could move that out to all the way out. I think we could do this right now. I think we could move this up here, but it involves a slight Zagtronics trick. We're going to say I shouldn't type this whole comment because it might just be wrong and I might have to undo it. My camera is having really time auto-focusing. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, unfortunately. That's why I should get a fixed focal length camera or whatever. Or a fixed focal length lens. Or I could set the region of the thing to focus on, except I'm right in front of the picture anyway, so that doesn't help. Okay. Whoopsie. Oh yeah, no, that's true. Okay. If it's a scope entry, we do that, and then that's this out as well. Targets. Nope. Come on. Indent this, bro. Okay. Debug build, please. I'm just going to be super paranoid and run debug tests, because this is the kind of thing that might only fail, obviously, in an assertion kind of way. So we're just going to keep doing this, even though it takes time. Looks like it's working, though, which is great. We'll let it go a little more before we jump to conclusions on our jump to conclusions mat. You cannot write it at all if you lay it out systematically mentally before writing the code. See, I don't think it's really possible to lay things out systemically mentally unless they're small. Like, I don't even understand what... I mean, I can hold very large code bases in my head, but I never do it by mapping them out in advance. What I do is I say, okay, I pretty much see how this would go vaguely, and I just start typing it because I know how it's going to go. Maybe that's just a difference in experience level or something, right? Maybe earlier in your career, you just don't know how it's going to go if you do a thing a certain way, but I usually do. So there's no point in sitting there and drawing it out because you know how it's going to go. Fixed focus, not good. I just don't know what fixed focus lens to buy. For this camera, I could set it in fixed focus mode. It's just, I don't know how to get the focus correct because the tiny screen on the camera is too small, and then I can't see the big screen while I'm adjusting the focus. So I have no way of setting the focus manually. This is seeming pretty good. Let's get rid of this. So that gets rid of duplicate scope entry add. That's one of our three things. And we're down in the 20s. That's good. So we're going to check this in. Our next goal is to get this push and flatten. Although maybe that's... How about the BeeLive? Let's look at the BeeLive next. The BeeLive in the Beehive. Right? I think we can combine this, because I don't think we care about if it's data declarations or not. Oh, we sort of do. No, maybe not. Because we do the BeeLive no matter what. And then we just return if it's a data scope. I think that would work. Oh wait, except this, ugh. This is weird. But wait, we even say in data scope, which, oh, that is, okay, hold on. I don't know, man. Okay. We haven't checked in our micro change. All right. This is like a video game where you have to collect 3 things, except we have to collect 3 refactorings, and we have 1 now. Working on number 2, which is duplicate BLive. Duplicate BLive. So we could move this out. We could say if generated load. All right. Do some things. What does make scope BLive do if it's a data scope? We return null. That is fine. That is fine. So we have this make scope BLive. Wait, where did I put my duplicate BLive? Wait, what? Now I'm super confused. If we had a generated load, we make things BLive. This is only for the case when you're in a data scope and inserting by expression. If it's by block, right? So this is actually, we have triple nipple on the duplicate BLives. Oh yeah. So wait, this is for the case when you're in a data scope and inserting by expression. Then generated load will be null, dude. I don't think this ever happens. Because if we're in Datascope and we have generated load, we tested that up here and it doesn't change. So wait. If we're in Datascope, in generated load, oh, we don't, wait, what? Hold on. I was in the wrong place. Here. If we're in Datascope, if we have generated load, we return. So this puppy cannot happen. You know, I did feel like I was a little bit going in circles. Like we got it done eventually when we did all this on stream, but I did feel like it shouldn't have been quite as hard. And you know, sometimes you just clarify successfully over time. Right? So this at least means this goes away. And this can go way up. Except that can't even be right because we have this expansion is inferred where we set it to true and I mean that's this whole thing. So I don't think this can happen either, honestly. We're going to check that. Let's make sure the game still runs. Do I have official game merch? I do not have official game merch for you. We were thinking about maybe doing some eventually, but not now. We're just a small company that focuses on the actual games. We're going to try this, because I think that's not possible. And then if this doesn't go off, then we get to delete 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, if you count the braces lines of code, which is great. It'll make our thing even more readable. Brand merch. All right, let's do it again. We're just going to run it back. Whoops. The way this shell keeps command history is so confusing. It keeps like a global history for both buffers. I know I can probably change that with a setting. Please don't say it. So we're really talking about getting rid of all this. Feel like it would amount to a large custom oil painting or something like that. Well, I don't know about that. Oh, it did go off. Okay. We're going to leave that in there then, and we're going to get rid of the rest. Get rid of that. Interesting. Whoops, I just checked in the wrong thing. Whoops. All right. Okay. So I kind of don't, like we have this block data declarations, right? And then we have this, which is for imperative. Okay. And so this can honestly just go here, and we get rid of this. All right. Oh, except not. Right. I don't think expansion is inferred is the right thing. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we got rid of that redundant duplicate BLive, but we have another one now. We want to do this BLive for the beehive. BLive for the beehive. So I think we just say, we just lift this generated load case out. Right. So we're now going to convert this to a duplicate push and flatten. Okay. Okay. So this make scope BLive calls make data scope BLive if it's a data scope. So we really are sort of just pulling this up. Achoo! Some 90 days after sneeze. New find will be null if it was a data scope because we don't flatten numbers of data scopes. Yet, question mark? Yet, question mark? Okay. So we did that, we did this, and actually let's do this. So we're moving those things up here. That's our new code motion. Hopefully we didn't screw that up too bad. It's possible that we did. Do beta users get the source? They do not currently. I am just not that interested in people having the source right now. Later on, it makes more sense. Okay, well, that is interesting. That's a crash, which I did not expect. It's probably a stupid crash. Actually, we can. This file is the same, so we can just do that. All right, new flatten. Oh, because yeah, that was a stupid crash. Actually, let's do this first. All right, that was our most likely to crash. So we're going to do that. Going to do Sokoban again. How are things, everybody? How are things? So this looks like it's successful. We'll let it run to completion. Whoops. Before we jump to conclusions on our jump to conclusions map, but it sure looks successful to me. So that would mean, we'll let it go before we edit. That would mean we're close to the next check-in. We are close to the next check-in. Where is Joan? There out and back. This outer cute is only used here. There's no real reason to make it a separate declaration. And this is auto, but we won't do that yet. I am glad things are going well, except for the Java situation. Most people sound like they're doing well, though. All right. Chunk 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 chunk. I think maybe tomorrow morning we write some more how-tos when we're bright and fresh, and then we ship the compilerino. So we're going to do this. And we're going to do a release check because that's fast. And then we're going to check this in. And then we're going to continue simplifying. So Mm. Okay. Actually, we'll do this here, and then we'll do this. Because all of these are relatively straightforward. Great. Doing a release check. Where are we at source code? 51025. It's not really going down by too many lines, but that's okay. We're getting there. All right, that's great. Chung, 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 chung. I mentioned texture compression in a stream a while ago. Am I evaluating Oodle texture at all for that in this game? We're thinking about it. It seems like a cool thing. I just, for this particular game, I'm not sure. We'll see. All right. Okay. So we have a push and flatten here. We have exactly the same thing here, almost. Well, yes, exactly. So that could actually be a fall through to here. Whoops, went too far. Right, so is that, yeah. This is not really about expansion is inferred. Like, okay, this statement level thing here, I think could be moved. Wait, no, because we wait for a load to complete. Right. Okay. Okay. So we don't care about these assertions anymore because, like, that is that now, which is a lot easier for me to look at and understand. But we had those assertions in there because we were doing some specific manipulations, but now we're not doing those specific manipulations anymore. We'll put this one here because that's relevant to that specific statement. Okay, This we actually can't put down there. Because we don't want to do it here. If it's a statement in data scope, I guess we do a push and flatten on that. But we could have a variable where we say, hey, we don't right. Let's do that. Let's say here we could say set that to false, all right, and set that to false, and then when we get here, we could say this. All right. And then this, I believe, is completely gone. Well, hold on. This is a little bit scary what I'm doing, but yeah, we fall through. Okay, so we're going to go to ast. Go to the constructor for insert and say still one redundant, but we'll see. Oh, you know what? We did duplicate B live. We're 2 out of 3. Uh-oh. Why is that taking so long? I infinite looped it, people. Oh. Duh. 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 Great. Great. So I mean, it doesn't matter what we return here. Well, we'll leave that for style. See this. And then we have this statement level. Wait, what about setting the type? Why don't we ever set the... Hold on. I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna have a little protein. The spice must flow. What's my take on AVX 512? I heard that it has 512 bits. What's my take on the world being an oblong spheroid? I think they're putting chemicals in the water that make the frogs gay. Alex Jones clips as a folk song? I haven't seen that. Jones rants is an indie folk song. I will save that for later. Sure sounds good. I am surprised they haven't scrubbed that from YouTube. Isn't Alex Jones like not allowed to be on YouTube at all? Because the powers that be videos like that will never disappear, like they don't have an automated Alex Jones face recognizer AI at Google. Come on. Thoughts on Apple ditching x64 and going with ARM Silicon custom? I think I heard that they're ditching x64 and going with custom ARM Silicon. I am not actually sure if this is more understandable than the old thing. Let's take a look. If there's no expansion, we do the expansion. We create the expansion either by copying something or by issuing a load. See how we're doing here. Ah, we're down below the 20s. Oh wait, my camera is in the way, huh? Down below the 20s. Oh, you know what I bet I can do with the focus? Let's see. Let's see. I bet there's some focus mode thinger. Okay, I changed the autofocus area to wide because maybe it was deciding not to focus on me as I went toward the edge of the frame. So we'll see if this is better. Okay, so is this more understandable? I don't know. We have this insert. We create the expansion by any means necessary. Then we do the next step, which is this expansion is inferred thing, which doesn't actually mean it's inferred. So that's the question. It really means, I don't know what it means. It means I'm not really sure what it means. So we do some processing here based on if we're at statement level, all right? If we do the checked add to scope, which of course we only want to do once. Instead of is inferred, we could say like is processed in some way. My OCD is so dependent. I am not OCD. I don't know where you're getting that from. I'm the opposite of OCD. Which is why I'm able to make video games. OCD people have their brain explode if they try to make video games because there's just too much. There's just too much. Okay, so if we did a load directive, we do this stuff. This is all just like one-time things that we do. Like, I don't know, man. It's just stuff to not do twice. Okay, then we get down here, and if we need this, we do this. And then we do, I mean, it's not that bad, honestly. It's just this middle part is still a little rough, but I honestly don't know what to do about it. Sometimes you just need to come back way later after you've redesigned other parts of the system. So, but we still have this duplicate push, right? I guess that's the only time that comment occurs, but the other one that we are talking about is here. And honestly, it's not really a duplicate. I'm willing to call this for now. I'm really willing to call this the local maximum of where we're at. So I think we're done with that for now. Okay, my screw up that I did before is fixed since the whoops whoopsie, and now we have builds passing. I mean, is it a joke though if I object heavily to the characterization? You know, I don't think so, especially if it's supposedly about my personality. Like, I just don't, you know, that doesn't make sense to me. Okay. So this was a note that came from our fascinating to-do list tearing up and consolidation that we did today. And I think, okay, this one I actually fixed also. Whoops. What am I doing? Okay. So this one is the thing. Oh, you know, this one we have to do before we ship the beta as well. I don't know if I'm in the mood to do it tonight, though. I don't know if I'm in the mood to do it tonight. Some of these we could do, though. This is maybe easier unless we run into a problem. This one I think is fixed, but we should at least look back at that. Okay. Oh, and then this one, I think we know what that was. Okay, but let's look at this, even though it has nothing to do with what we're doing right now. Work around uninferred substructs if we are force inferring structs is a hack that should be removed. I kind of, let's just test to see if it occurs. No, but not in release build. No. Release build will not tell us. We go in debug build. Yeah, did you guys see the Chai Cam last night? Actually, should we do Chai Cam again? Should I reward myself with a Chai truce? Do we think that that's a thing that should happen? Yes. I mean, I don't know if I want to drink more caffeine. +1 for Chai Cam. Okay. What is Chai Cam? Well, it seems like you might find out. It seems like where'd my chat window go? Just put extra chartreuse in. Yesterday the Chai application was not synced to music. All right. I think I knew as soon as I suggested it that this might have to happen. Okay, Chai Cam is now on. We're gonna make it nice and big. See, would an OCD person have cable management like that? I really should have cleaned that up, but we normally don't have a camera in that area. Okay. Yeah, it really would look much nicer if I got rid of those cables. The problem is that the camera is mounted on a monitor arm right now, and like I would need a different mount. I would need like another tripod with like a boom arm. But you know, we need to do that. Can you zoom the camera? Let's try zooming the Chi-Cam. It's a good idea. A tripod, yes. Okay, so the Chi-Cam, I believe we have some hardware zoom in this webcam. Although maybe it'll just do software zoom. Okay, here we go. Here we go. And we'll rotate the table a little. Maybe rotate the camera. That's better. That's better. Okay. Next. I'm going to strain the milk because this milk is one of those like farm milks, but the fact that it has like little slightly thicker milk-like pasty substance in it, which I think sometimes gums up the spinner and leads to less froth. So back in a second. Okay, we put the milk through our tea strainer. And I spilled a little milk on the table. Don't cry about that, please. All right, now we need a soundtrack. Do we do the usual soundtrack? I think we have to do the usual soundtrack. It's tradition, right? For some reason, YouTube went right where we were going to do. Okay, we're not going to play the track we did last time. We're going to do probably the usual one. It's probably the same recording. All right, ready? Okay, I see we have no desktop audio for some reason. Why not? Oh, because it's not. That's weird. Oh, it's muted, that's why. Why was it muted? There we go. I'm going to go to my own stream so I can hear it out the other. I gotta listen to it on the headphones. Now the great thing about this is I'm gonna be hearing it at the same time as you guys because I'm listening to my own stream on my non-stream PC. I wonder if I unplug my headphones. I might have put a little too much in. We'll see what happens. This isn't the mix of this song that we usually do. This is like the extended mix. I don't like this mix, actually. It's a little bit something. It's all right though. I'm playing percussion on the Winnie the Pooh cup. All right. Normally I wouldn't shut it off like that, but it's a remix. Remixes, eh. Eh. So this milk is not as frothy as our usual milk. We do nonetheless have some good froth. Like, I don't know. I guess it's a little dark on my cam down here, but you can sort of see the good frothiness happening. So that's a quality chai right there, you know. It's just, it's not in the large volume that we are used to. It's just the right amount of chartreuse as well. Quality. I recommend this recipe. This is the best chai that I've ever had. Like I said last night when we made one, it's like, I don't know why I would ever go to a coffee shop and order their chai, because this is so much better. And I worried that it might have been too much chartreuse, but it was right on. What flavor is the chai? I'll show you. Chai cam's still up, right? I'll show you the bottle in a second. The chai is Maya chai, and the alcohol is chartreuse, and they mix wonderfully. It's actually the spicy Maya chai. I'll show you. So good. So good. You put 2 squirts of the spicy chai in a Winnie the Pooh size mug and some chartreuse to taste. It's great. Am I going to market my version of chai? I mean, I feel like video games take too much of my effort. But I bet I could come up with a really good slogan like, it's what plants crave, or something. It's what animals crave. No, there is no water in this. It's milk. I fill the Winnie the Pooh up with milk. And that means I always have some extra because once you froth it, the volume increases. So I always end up with more than 1 cup, but that suits me because I like chai. So in this Winnie the Pooh sized mug, which is, it's pretty large, I do 2 full pumps of the chai and then some amount of chartreuse. I just pour it in without measuring. Chai hurts your stomach. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just some kinds of chai, like some particular spices. Have you tried different ones? What are electrolytes? Do you even know? All right. Is Winnie the Pooh a good anime? So I thought I was lactose intolerant for a while, and maybe I actually was, but then I got cured. Alex Jones cured my lactose intolerance. So now I just can drink milk products all day. I also took I took a lot of probiotics. Most of them I don't think did anything, but there's one particular one that I think did help. You're allergic to milk. That's a problem. Did I get cured by drinking raw milk? Not that I know of. I don't think I drank raw milk at any point. I started getting lactose intolerant, I think, from just drinking lots and lots of milk. Like I used to have 3 chais and a hot chocolate, large size at cafes every day because I would take my laptop to a coffee shop and just work there, and I don't drink coffee. And then, I don't know, just after a while, I started feeling ill from drinking that kind of stuff. But partially, I think it might have been the kind of milk they were using. But yeah, partially there was just something, there was some kind of, change in my digestive system, but eventually it got corrected. I don't know. Lactus something or other? No. It was actually, I forget the name of the startup. It was a Y Combinator startup company that makes probiotics. I think it was called General Biotics. That is the one probiotic that I think might have helped. I don't know for sure. I just know that now I can drink milk and not really worry about it, whereas before I couldn't. I know a lot of the other things I took just didn't seem to help. Although maybe one of the other ones did, and I couldn't tell at the time. I don't know. What's the chai mixer I have? I forget. This is my 3rd one, by the way. It says Capresso on it, but I don't remember the model number. I got it off Amazon. What happened to the other 2? They're still around, or I think I sent one of them to Tech Recycling. Like they just weren't as good. The first one was only for low volumes of milk, like for cappuccino or something. So I couldn't make a whole Winnie the Pooh sized chai. It would take like two loads of milk to even get it most of the way up the cup. So then the second one I ordered was also a Capresso model, and it was the first high capacity one that I had, but it didn't heat the chai that warm, and it wasn't quite as good at frothing. And so this one froths and heats. You get a nice warm, frothy drink. It's great. Is that it? Capresso 209. Let's see. That looks like the right one. That is what I am using. Very good, as Dr. Lupo says. Very good. So I don't know if there's anything else to do tonight. Honestly, we did some good things. Oh, we were going to look at this, right? I think I built the debug. I built the debug dude, but we didn't run it. We could have run this while waiting for the chai. And that would have been fine. Well, we built the game. Oh man, this chai is so good. I can't even tell you people how good it is. Could I nix the chai cam? Oh, good point. Good point. Goodbye, chai cam. Is it super sweet? Not super much. So the chai mix is moderately sweet, but it's more spicy than sweet. Chartreuse is moderately sweet, but there's not a ton of it in there. And then the rest is milk, and milk is milk. Milk is milk. Lots of milk in the US is spoiled rapidly because they effing pasteurize it. Yeah. I mean, I get that makes sense to me. I don't know that much about it. I suppose if I were allergic to milk, I would know more about the topic. Did you guys hear that milk is the fastest liquid? Did you know this? That milk is the fastest liquid? Do you know why milk is the fastest liquid known to humanity? Because it's past your eyes before you even see it. I heard that on another streamer's stream, so. Can you report the channel? I think you can. I think that's legal. Okay, so I think we have verified that this code no longer has usage, so that's good. We like deleting code. Okay, and then this is all, the rest of this is just regular declaration info kind of stuff. All right, so we're going to do a release test on this, and then we'll check that back in. And where are we at line count now? 51008. Oh, that's so good. It's going down. Led Zeppelin made a song about that. Boom. 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 Gaming stream? I don't know. You know, I've been kind of wanting to play Escape from Tarkov lately, except I really am not that masochistic. Not quite. And if I, like, they did a wipe a couple months ago, and if I had started right then, it probably would have been the time. So maybe I wait till the next wipe and then play it then. Just being level 1 in Tarkov again while there's level 50s running around is just like, Of course, that would be just like last time, and I would be better at the game than I was last time, so that's good. Oh, let's go to the to-do and remove that. And I think also off the compiler. Oh, I did remove it off the compiler list. Okay. Ghost of Tsushima, no. No. The problem is, even after a wipe, like, the really good players are going to pull ahead very rapidly. But we'll see. Is the new COD BR any good? I find it pretty boring. But it is sort of the hip BR of the moment that gets played. Okay. So I guess we're gonna look at some of this stuff. Ghost of Assassin's Creed. Everyone was harping on about the Gulag. I mean, it's fine. It's a small design difference or innovation or something. You want to watch all those commercials from that game me and Casey played? I already watched all the commercials, or all the ones that I knew about that I could find in the game. After 3 Tarkov wipes, you kind of drifted off of it, waiting for it to well work. Yeah, I did install it today, or I updated it to make sure I was up to date. And then the very first thing when I hit the launch game button was like, whatever that message is, like synchronization failure. I was like, great guys, thanks Tarkov. So I think for this next item, we just want to load the SOA module and make sure it works, because I don't really know if we have a test for it or anything. How did this work? I will say 4. So let's just do that. See if that works. Whoops. Yeah. It did. Well, that's off the list. We just wanted to make sure that the insert changes that happened yesterday and today did not break that code. Do I have a Topper keyboard? Probably not. I don't remember what that means. No, the switches in this are blues. Switches in this are blues. Okay. Unfinished inserters problem in isset. I don't think that's a problem either because somebody pointed out that I screwed up. Now that said, the error message should be better. Okay, where was it? Oh, that was in a demo. Right, was it here? Where was it? Where was it? Command line? No. Oh, it is. Right. Right. We did this, and we had a problem originally when I did this alternative formulation, which was as follows. I said, just like I put this here, I think, generate body, right? Just making an external function that then this does that, right? And then let's just import that. Undeclared identity. Oh, right. That was our problem before, and we got an unhelpful error message before, right? Because I had moved it out of the struct, and he was like, oh, yeah. So we could do this, and maybe that'll work. Okay. Let's just revert that. Awesome. Off the list. Make parse config option in resource config, able to use insert inside. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is actually a basic feature of insert that doesn't currently work, that we can work on. Do imports work like includes? No. No. scared of the idea of having overloads for functions that do completely different things. Well, get over it. I don't know what to say. Can you post links? Depends on to what? Is that my usual font size? We made it a little bit smaller to fit more text on the screen. Okay. Can you post a link to your JS leftpad library? Nope. Nope. No, 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 no. No. Okay. So let's make a test for this. Actually, we're going to go here. No, let's just put it in its own program and we'll add it to the insert test later. So what we want to do is we want to say values is an enum 1, 2, actually okay, but we'll put one here. Okay, if v is values dot 2, 3. Case 1, case 2, case 3, 4, case 5, except our case 3 is not going to be that. We're going to say code is case 3. Oof. That's a weird one. Case 3. Print this is 3. Okay. And the default print unhandled. Okay. And we're just going to say insert code right there. Okay. What a classy professional program this is. Oh yeah, now we are using the features. Semicolon. Expected after a declaration. That's so weird. That's not what I expected. What if I don't? Yeah. I thought we fixed that. Oh, it's code and then a string. That's a little weird. Let's just do that. Still semicolon. Wait, really? Is it not like the... Okay, wait. Oh, because now my backslash. I wonder if there's a way to make a better error message there. All right. Really? Now what? We could just put this in a separate... Oh, now the... Okay. Okay. We're just going to do this. Okay. Like sometimes it's just not worth it. Unhandled, because we didn't insert. Okay, unable to parse a statement here. Well, building a string. Well, let's go look. It didn't like that. Oh, well, we didn't want a new line here. That was silly. Okay, error. Case inside a block that isn't of the form if whatever. That's because this is it's complaining that this isn't inside an if, and that's because when we parse this string, we parse it into a temporary block. And so we need to somehow realize that we shouldn't complain in that case. Do I think this idea applies to games? This is a piece of Martin Heidegger's interview. I don't know. I can't watch this right now. I'm trying to program. I'll take a look at it later. Now, so when we do that, we have a few different points at which we could flag such a thing, but we need to make a flag or, well, no, because we can look at the load directive. We can look at the load directive and say, is this target insert there? But, well, so we could look at this load info. Let's try that. So this error message is like that. Typer line 7479. Okay. Do we use this? Okay. So when we get a case statement, I mean, we really shouldn't try to infer anything at all that goes into this load, because it's like a fragment of code, right? Like it'll use variables that don't make sense and whatever. And, you know, we don't want to get an undeclared variable error, for example. And I'm not sure why we don't already. Like, why are we doing this? Anyway. think if we go to parser, and after, oh no, interp, after we say load string, we do this. We say if there's no target insert, do some things. Although those things don't. Oh, make Datascope be live. So we shouldn't be doing this. So my question now is like, under what frickin' condition do we get here? Like who queues this thing? Did we no jobs that? Let's see. Yeah. All right. What would it take for a language like this to not have semicolons? It would take me not wanting it to have semicolons, which I do want it to have semicolons. Wait, what? So some other queued. This is a lambda. What? Line 12. Oh, we're queuing it because it's in the insert, which is fine. That part's actually fine. So I was confused before when I thought it was in the other thing. All right. I think. Case is inside a block. Line 24. So this is still inside. Okay. We're still inserting the block. We copied the block, and the problem is we don't. So this one, yeah. So when we insert this, we add a new thing. We can make a simpler test for this as follows. Excuse me. Excuse me. That was a bit of a sneeze. Second sneeze of the night. Second sneeze of the night. Okay, so I'm going to do this. Okay, so we have our string, and then I'm going to say insert to insert, and then print this should go between A and B. But it won't, I don't think. It doesn't, and that's because when we do this, we're inserting like the block. It's not good. So I think we have a flag, but I remember not seeing it last time I looked for it. Nope. Nope and nope and nope. This is a weird thing. Like, okay. There's this weird thing that is confounding this, and I might want to just go to bed and sleep on it because I'm getting a little tired, but so here you sort of say, well, look, this string has multiple statements. There's no braces, right? There's no braces like this, so it shouldn't be in its own scope, but it is. Okay, so that's wrong. And in fact, if we're doing a test, we want to do, actually, let's not call it A. We want to do one with braces and one without braces, right? This should go after B, right? So these should be distinct, assuming that this is legal to do this, which I guess it should be, right? You would want it to be. You maybe want to have a sequence of statements that you insert into something else. The problem is the following. If I use code instead of string, like a syntax tree, there's no way to do multiple statements right now, right? Like if I do A, B, right? Well, I could do this. In principle, I could do this same thing, except this ends here. So if I want multiple statements with code, I have to do this. And that makes a block. I could make a modifier for it. This is kind of gross, but like no block or something, right? That just gives us the array of statements. I mean, it's a little bit gross, but I don't know. So I maybe want to think about this a little bit. Does it have to make a block if whatever doesn't make a scope? Right. Well, that's a different point, right? So we have static if. And here, these do not make scopes. Okay, well, maybe they should if you use braces. And maybe it should be something else. Like you could imagine, well, it's square brackets, and that's how you know it doesn't make a scope. Now, I don't really want to do that because that interferes with array parsing, sort of, or like, I don't know. You can always do something fancier, but that's not that good. So I'm just not sure. But this seems like it could be tied to this, right? And again, this is all syntax. I hate worrying about syntax, but at the same time, it's worth putting in some effort to not do something super ugly and annoying, right? Like if it's mildly not perfect for now, that's fine. But this starts to get weird and hard to learn if we do a lot of different things in different ways in different places. Should code be changed to behave like macros? So there's always braces and the outermost braces are ignored. Well, that's exactly the same as with the if, right? The outermost braces are ignored. We could do that. We could just say you just have to know that the first braces get stripped, but I feel like that's going to get confusing sometimes because you might actually want the opposite thing. It might be that if it starts with a brace, you have to say here which one. You have to say yes block or no block if it starts with a brace. That could be a thing that we do. Maybe hash, whatever, being compile time brackets. I mean, maybe, but that's just annoying. Like having to put that on every static if. It's like, really? So I'm going to think about this. This is going to be on my list of things to think about. You don't think it's a big deal if people just have to bite the bullet and double up their braces to make a real scope. No, but it's about just being confused and forgetting to do that and then having it silently do the wrong thing if you wanted the braces. Because everywhere else braces means braces, right? What if code was renamed to like no scope block? Yeah, maybe. But that's sort of like what this does, right? But the thing is then also for macros, we have things that implicitly convert to code, right? So if we go to, right. Remember we had this thing, well actually that doesn't, do we ever have anything? No. So this one happens, this conversion happens by the for loop itself. It doesn't happen by calling the function automatically. I feel like maybe it defaults to doing the block because that's what it looks like. And if you don't want the block, you say no block like I have here. Of course, that's inconsistent with static if and with macros. Although actually it's not inconsistent with macros, right? If this were the body of a macro, this would work exactly like it does. It's just, you would have to say this or whatever. So this is a weird thing where there's like several different angles of how to think about it right now. And I don't want to make a huge mess, you know what I'm saying? Probably would choose to have scope for everything and use the backtick if they want to refer to one step up things. It's not about, that's not practical for static if. The whole point of static if is you want code to be the same whether you factor it into or out of the static if. Like that just, I don't think so. If you made code except a string literal like insert does, you would sidestep the... Well, what do you think this is? Oh, you mean code and not insert. What we're doing is we're making you be able to use strings as code or code as code, all right? You need to be able to use code as code. That's just a thing because you will get it from places other than it being listed like this, right? But I guess that's, once it already exists in syntax tree form, you would have done whatever you want with regard to having a block or not. Anyway, I'm going to think about it. I think this is it for the stream tonight. Thank you, people, for coming by. We had a good time. We're going to see if there is somebody to raid like there was before. I'm going to go to Science and Technology. Let's see who's there. Code help and tutoring. Exclamation point secret. Study with someone with blue hair. More ducks. Coding from scratch. I tell you, it's the year from scratch. More C#, and Unity. A little cat hiding in an igloo. In a Totoro igloo. Ultimate coder. This guy is the ultimate coder. All right. You cannot get more coder than this guy. I don't want to get into a trend of making fun of people. I should stop, but just ultimate coder, I don't know. That's a tall statement. That's all I'm saying. I'm not seeing really anything except for people that we have hosted before. Somebody just accelerated very loudly in a really slow car. Like that was so loud, and I'm watching the car putt up the street. It's so ridiculous. I rated Adam C. Eunice a while back. I know, that's why I don't want to keep rating him. Also, I don't want to encourage him giving up on his main game and switching to another game. I don't think that's a good habit. I don't know, maybe Exposing the arrogance code warrior of some programming streamers. Oh. This is like YouTuber drama, but on Twitch. Clarkio went silent. I don't know who Clarkio is. Oh, Grims is playing Tarkov. Tarkov is coming back, I'm telling you. I guess everyone's excited for the update that's coming soon. Learning the basics in Blender. MMO game. That looks like modeling, though. Let's see what's going on here. I mean, anime background. This guy is very much into anime. I feel like this is going to end up being a porn game if I rate him. Right? Is that an accurate? I saw something about getting grabbed. Yeah, let's not do that. I don't know, people. I think we have to just sign off. Let's see what's going on here. Reverse engineering Game Boy Advance. That could be good. Oh yeah, that could be good. That's real. Let's do this. Thank you everybody for coming by. He has Comic Sans as his main font. That's quality. It's Python. Oh wait, but CSS, yeah. Oh, I don't know. I was about to hit raid. This doesn't look like reverse engineering a Game Boy Advance to me. All right, we'll rate him. Thanks everybody for coming by. I'll see you later. Oh, whoops. I tried to raid on the wrong machine on someone else's thing. I'm not able to handle the sophistication of multiple PCs. All right, thanks everybody. See you later.